Okay, time for another painting. Are we ready here? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at the work of Margaret Keane and painting this early picture of hers from 1962, kind of right at the beginning of her rise to international fame, or her husband's rise to international fame. A really bizarre, wild story, which we're going to get into here, where her husband took credit for her work at the, when they were just, anyway, it's just wild. So stay tuned for that. This is, I love this painting, and I have done another outline for a different painting that she did about a decade later. Which is, I also really love. I don't know if I'll get a chance to do that. I certainly won't do it today, but I'd like to do another episode potentially, so we'll see. Anyway, here's the plan for today's episode. We're going to get the image on the canvas. I'm going to show you how to draw it or transfer it, and then we're going to stain it with a little bit of color. We're going to talk about who Margaret Keane was and the incredible accomplishment I think she had, and maybe some of the controversy besides her husband claiming authorship over her own artwork. There's more stuff to say there, kind of general philosophy about art, I guess you could say. We're gonna probably do a little bit of underpainting, then background, foreground. My goal is to finish this painting in about 3 hours. She was a fast painter, so I'm gonna try to approach painting in the same way she does, but she was an incredible artist, so I don't think I'll be able to do it maybe in the hour or two that she was able to do it, but that'll be kind of one of my goals, is to try to move quickly throughout this process. So if you're watching for the first time, of course, hitting the notification bell, subscribe, and like, I guess maybe in the reverse order, because you got to be subscribed to the notification bell. I've said that so many times I forget what I'm saying, right? Of course, take a photograph of the artwork you've created, upload it to our Facebook group. Of course, you have to join the Facebook group. That link's in the description below. And then next weekend, next Sunday, I'm going to do a free feedback bonus episode where I go through everything on the Facebook group and give people free advice on how to make them potentially even better. Mostly, we're just celebrating incredible achievements. But often usually people want to get better, so I'm here to help you. And if you want to participate in that, that's great. If you want to support the channel with a small donation through PayPal, Super Chat, send an e-transfer, or contact me to send a letter in the mail, all that kind of stuff. All those links are down below, including the link to my website and the Facebook group if you want to contact me directly. Of course, the comments on the Facebook videos are also super helpful. So let's get started here. We're going to get the image onto the canvas. Now, of course, again, you could try to sketch this painting out. And if you want to learn how to draw, I did a whole successful drawing series here on YouTube. It's all free, and you can watch that. There's hundreds of thousands of views on those on that course. And then come back and paint with us. Or you could just focus on painting by using the free template that I've created here using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. And you can download this, print it out on your home printer, inkjet, laserjet, put it on a USB stick, print it at work or at your local print shop. And so let's show you how we can get that image onto the canvas. Let me see, just really quickly. So I'm about to paint here on a 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. They usually come pre-wrapped in plastic. I take it out of the plastic, and then I sand it gently, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso on top. I let that dry overnight, and then I sand it again, and that gives me a nice smooth surface, much smoother than when it first comes out of the plastic. It's got that fabric texture, because that's what canvas is, right? And so generally it's easier if you paint on a smoother surface. So, next step is, and here's the outline for the other painting by Margaret Keane from 1971. This one is what we're going to do today. I'm going to line that up. Probably going to put it right in the middle there, I think. And I'll tape that down. And then I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper or graphite transfer paper. This is actually I think this is actually carbon transfer paper. Often I've been recently using graphite transfer paper. This is double-sided, but usually you want the shiny side facing down. Now, as I said, this is the same on both sides, so it doesn't matter. But if you have one side that's kind of a little bit gray, that would be the side that goes facing down. Now, I'm not going to go over all of these lines, just some of the biggest ones. Or I'll just show you what that looks like, because, you know, right? Because it's going to get all covered with paint. And when I teach these classes in person, sometimes people spend like 30, 45 minutes tracing these outlines. And I'll come around and say, you know, really you should be done here in about 2 minutes. Don't obsess over that, because then you become really obsessed with getting the paint in the right places. You know, painting in the lines or coloring inside the lines. And if you're obsessed with perfection, you're just going to be disappointed constantly. And I think that goes for just basically everything in life, right? The more obsessed you are with everything being perfect and turning out exactly the way you planned, I think you're always just setting yourself up for massive disappointment. So allow yourself to kind of take a little bit of a leap into the unknown. Again, here, this cat. Right, I did do all a little fur, because we'll get there, right? And you know, again, I'm not here trying to teach people how to make forgeries of the original artwork. We're trying to learn how to paint, and using the great artworks from the masters who came before us. And I consider Margaret Keane to be a master. Certainly not how the art world during her time felt about her, nor even to this day. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well, because we've had these types of conversations with a number of artists, whether that be Norman Rockwell or Maud Lewis, or a lot of so-called outsider artists who have never really been accepted. And I think that's just plain old snobbery, gatekeeping. And it's nice to know that I think that kind of era of art is reaching an end, I think, hopefully. Okay, so that's good enough. Good enough for government work, as my grandfather always used to say. I think every time I say that, I think people should do a shot or have a sip of tea. Okay. And so I like to keep this here just a little bit out of view, or not out of view, or off camera, because often I'm kind of looking at it, especially as the painting gets kind of filled up with other things here. So, now, let's move to our next step. Now that we've got our image on the canvas, you can see how much faster that is than trying to sketch that out, and it's obviously going to be much more accurate if that's an issue for you. What we want to do is we want to stain this canvas with a little bit of color. Now, it's, I think, highly unlikely that Margaret Keane herself used this technique. Just from some of the videos and movies that I've seen, I think she probably painted directly onto canvas. She had some art training, but probably did not learn this technique. So I'm going to do it anyway, just because I've been doing it for a long time, and I kind of want to stay consistent with the approaches that I teach here. And I think it's going to, at the end of the day, there will be a difference, but it's not really, it's certainly not going to make the painting worse. So I'm going to continue with what I'm doing, but I just want to kind of be straight up about things here that probably Margaret Keane would have just used, just painted directly onto the surface. Now, just while I'm, well, you know what, maybe let's stay on this track here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use what's called a split primary palette, and I've done that for every single episode we've done so far, almost 300 painting episodes. And what a split primary palette means is we split the primary colors into two. We have a cool and a warm version of every color. Every color has a so-called temperature. And if that's something that confuses you, don't think about temperature, just think about orange and bluish green. And warm colors have an orange quality to them, orange pigments, kind of sometimes hidden inside or maybe not as immediately visible. And colder colors have a bluish green quality that, and they're basically the exact opposite colors, right? So it's understanding which colors have a little bit of each, because there's certain reds that have a little bit of green kind of hidden in it, and there are, let's say, green colors that have a little bit of orange in it as well, right? So knowing how to see those colors and mix those colors, I think, is like essential for being a good colorist. So we've got 6 of these tubes of paint, and we're going to use white. We can mix our own black as well. Even though I do have a tube of black paint, I've had this tube of paint for 300 episodes, and there's still half of it left in here, because we can make our own black. So this is the brand I'm about to use. It's called Amsterdam Paint by Royal Talons in Holland. And I'm going to use this Azo Yellow Deep for my Imprimatura, my first priming layer. And these are the rest of the colors. I've talked about this in depth in the very first episodes to this whole series. And so you can watch those if you want to kind of pause, or you can take a screenshot and go to your art supply store or try to order them. There are links to all that stuff in the description below as well. Golden, you can use, this is kind of maybe one of the highest grade acrylic paints, but it's also like 3 times the price for half the amount of paint. So, you know, if you really feel like you're ready to move on, you can, but probably most people are never going to notice the difference. Here's Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft, Buzz, Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chromacolor, but I don't really recommend the Museum Color out of Toronto, nor do I'm not the biggest fan of Peebo. Although you can find they're fairly readily available. It's just that they both of those paints, along with a lot of even this Amsterdam paint, include titanium white into the mixture, which the more and more titanium white in there, the more difficult and impossible it is to make a black, because it's only going to turn out to be a gray. And sometimes the more white in there, the lighter and lighter of a gray we're going to get, and that frustrates me because I want to show people how to paint with just a few colors, right? So let's start this process here. So I squeeze some of this Azo Yellow Deep onto this palette here. And what? There we go. Just getting water on the table, but none in the jar. And so let's then stir this up. So there was roughly 30-40% water to paint. I think I put maybe a little bit less water in here, not really for any reason, just because I just seem to be having difficulty getting water out of that jar. Maybe it's because I cleaned this earlier today, and look how nice and clean it looks. It was just starting to kind of get pretty gross, so maybe the by cleaning it, I've tampered with the painting gods, and I've found myself on the wrong side of the law. Painting gods, painting police, they're always out there, aren't they? Because really, they're in our heads, right? Not to get all weird about it, but you know, when people get all worked up about, is this good or not, or can I do this, is this right or wrong? It's just in our heads. There's no one else, no one out there. I mean, maybe, yeah, there's probably someone on the internet causing trouble. There's people like that who chime into these videos sometimes, but I think they're all just trolls from Russia at this point, at least on my videos. Because you can do whatever you want when it comes to making art, and don't let anybody ever tell you different. And that's sort of one thing we're going to talk about today with Margaret Keane's work, because she definitely faced her challenges and ridicule by the people who so-called know better, the gatekeepers of the art world. Okay, so I also wipe my paintbrush off on a rag here. That way, when I do clean it, yes, this water turns yellow, and I don't want to drink out of it, but I can use this water for the rest of today's episode without ever having to change it. I think I've only ever changed the water once during an episode. And I think it was because I was doing lots of wild things and getting really messy. So you really don't need to, if you're wiping your brush off, you really don't need to clean your brush or your water at any time. Okay, I'm going to move this out of the way. Just going to get some paint on the palette. There's Kathy there, and Lolly, and Randy 1, Toby, Selchuk there. I haven't read the comments yet. I'll do that in a second. I'm just going to now put this paint on the palette. And there's sometimes where I don't put colors everywhere. I do find that I use less and less cool red. Because cool red is essential for making a purple. We mix cool red and warm blue to make a really vibrant purple. And purple is historically a color that was very infrequently used because of the cost of that paint. So, and I think sort of because of that, I think people are just like, well, I shouldn't paint in purple because there's not a lot of purple paintings around. Because purple was such an expensive pigment that unless you were like a king or a queen and you were commissioning your portrait with purple, most artists just would avoid it. And so there's very few paintings that use purple as a featured color. So often that cool red, I don't end up using so much. But there you go. If you're someone who wants to break new ground, I think making purple paintings would probably be a good calling card. I mean, there's probably somebody who's already started doing that. I mean, these aren't ideas that I'm no genius. I wish I was, but okay. So before I move on here, let's just check this and see if I was thinking, do I want to do any other stains or anything on top of that? I think that's good. I'm just going to hit it with the blow dryer just to speed up this drying time. So, let's move on. Man, there's so many comments here. We're just started here. There's Kathy says, remember watching the movie Big Eyes about Margaret Keane. We'll see how my eyes come out. I'll catch up with class later. Selchuk says, hi Mark, I've started watching your basic drawing classes this week and I'm having such a blast. Awesome, that's so cool. And there's Lolly. Hi, Michael. Selchuk says, hi, Michael. Sorry, that's your name, of course. Selchuk's in the Netherlands. There you go. Where the paint that I'm using is from. It's 1 a.m. here, but glad I got the stream. Yes, absolutely. That's awesome. I'm glad we're able to spend a little bit of time together. That's great. Randy says, I can't see this on my PC. Not sure what that means, Randy. Toby says, it's just gone on 12 p.m. here in the UK, and I'll have to watch this tomorrow, or 12 a.m., right? And Lolly, they're always helpful giving some advice about downloading templates. Randy says, the whole show's on my phone, but I can't find a link on the computer. Interesting. Yeah, great idea, Selchuk. So yeah, search Markowsky Art on your PC. Oh, there's Pascal there. He's mixing in some purple paint directly into the paint. And Lisa, nice to see Lisa. Wow, cool. Okay, Randy says you're fast. You mean, I don't know, doing what I just did there? Maybe I don't. Okay, so let's move on to the next step here. So, let's get this set up. Let's take a sip of tea, too. What I want to do now is I want to take a little bit of a detour and just talk about the life and the work of Margaret Keane and her so-called Big Eye paintings. So, Margaret Keane was born in Nashville, Tennessee in 1927 and lived a long life, very productive life, really up until the last couple of years she was alive. She was still painting away. So she dies in 2022, so not too long ago. And yeah, she was painting really from, let's say, the mid 1940s until the 2020 or so. So like 80 years she was making work, and there's a lot of her work out there, which for for some people is evidence of well, we'll get into that, but I just think it's I just think she's a really amazing, inspiring person, and I'm glad that she was able to live a long, healthy life, and especially after some of the things we'll get into that she had to go through, she was able to go through all of that and still have really the rest, another half of her life to continue. So let's kind of go right back to the beginning. Now, she was born Peggy Doris Hawkins, and she's the oldest of two children, in Nashville, Tennessee. And I spent a long time trying to figure out why her name changed. Now, obviously, she gets married to Walter Keane. I get that, and that's where the Keane in her last name comes from. But where Margaret comes from, when her name was Peggy Doris Hawkins, I saw some people say that she might have used Margaret as a child, or people called her Margaret as a nickname, but the sources seem kind of dubious, so I'm not really sure. But anyway, so she's born Peggy Doris Hawkins, and at some point she has surgery in her jaw, in her skull, that was kind of botched, and for a number of years, and I'm not even sure how long, she was unable to hear. So she was deaf for at least her youth. Like here it says her eardrum was permanently damaged, but if you watch the movie Big Eyes, they say, she says, or Amy Adams, the actress who portrayed Margaret Keane, says, I had a surgery on my ear and I lost hearing for a few years. But she doesn't display, that's the only mention of it throughout the rest of the movie, and she doesn't seem to display any difficulty hearing. So your guess is as good as mine, trying to parcel out the differences between Hollywood adaptation of something, Wikipedia's sometimes dubious facts, and then other kind of things that I found on the web. So, but anyway, she credits that period of her life as being really foundational, because being a young person and not being able to hear would have been incredibly difficult and traumatic. And so she learned to read lips. She became really obsessed with, or she became, reliant on her other senses to help her communicate and understand what people were saying to her. And so she often spent a lot of time looking at people's eyes. And when in the drawing course I taught, I talked about how important eyes are and how much they communicate. And I think over the past 3 years, during the pandemic, when everyone's walking around in masks and you can't see people's mouths, we relied so much on just looking at eyes to understand if someone's angry or mad or confused. And I think that I don't think anything changed. It just kind of laid bare how much of communication takes place through our eyes, beyond mouths and hands and all that kind of stuff. But obviously it's a pretty direct kind of one-to-one correlation between someone who, as a child, spends a lot of time looking at people's eyes because they can't hear, to then making paintings in which eyes feature predominantly, and the movie that's made out of her towards the very end of her life is called Big Eyes, right? So, I mean, that's the story that she told. yeah, it's super interesting. And it's always wild how, and sometimes it's maybe a little bit of reductivism and myth making, but it's interesting how really important an artist's childhood and youth play later on in life. And sometimes themes and images, places, people reappear maybe 20, 30, 50 years later, and then you kind of look back and you're like, wow, that is wild, right? And obviously there's artists who kind of go back to those moments deliberately and mine them for inspiration. And that's what I tell my students is like, what is it about you what's part of your unique story that we need to bring out there, and kind of asking people to do a little self-reflection. Anyway, so when she's quite young, she's really interested in art, and I would suspect probably during that time where she was ill, that she kind of went a little bit inward and learned how to draw and paint, learned a different mode of communication. And so around the age of 10, she starts taking classes at the Watkins Institute in Nashville, and she makes some of her first paintings around this time and gives them to her grandmother. So at 10 years old, she's, I think already kind of moving in a particular track. Towards when she turns 18, she moves to New York City for a year, and she takes art classes at the Traphagen School of Design, and she gets a job working in a furniture factory, painting imagery on children's cribs and chairs and tables, etc. And I think, again, that we've talked about the same sort of thing before, of when an artist finds themselves working and using some of the skills that they've learned to make art towards some maybe more commercial endeavor, in this case painting furniture at a furniture factory. It's not too hard to see, like, oh, I could use this skill to like literally survive as an artist. Like, do I just have to paint cherubs and hearts and flowers on cribs, or could I paint my own thing on canvases and sell them? Now, of course, this is the 1940s and 50s, when, as they say in the movie Big Eyes, no one wants to buy woman's art, or lady art, was, as people would have said back in the day, which to a certain extent was true, and made that a really, it was difficult for a female artist in North America to achieve any kind of success and be taken seriously, really up until very recently, like let's say the last 20, 30 years. Yes, there's examples of artists that broke through, but it was kind of like, it's like almost like the exception proves the rule kind of thing, for lots of different reasons, all of which are terrible. Right? None of them can be justified, but it's it's one of those things where you think things have changed, and you're like, well, not really. Okay, so the story continues on. She gets married to Frank Ulbricht in 1948, and I could find very little information about that first marriage, except for the fact that they had a child together. And she gets divorced from him. In the movie Big Eyes, that's kind of how the beginning of the movie takes place. She just packs up her suitcase and takes off. It's sort of insinuated there's probably some violence or something in the home that causes her to leave quite suddenly. It's interesting, I was just listening to a podcast. My daughter and I went down to Seattle for the weekend, and I was listening to a podcast called Criminal, and I was just talking about the difficulty. I think it was called the divorce. What was it? It's an episode all about divorce, but the difficulty women had to go through to get divorced up until like the early 2000s, around really anywhere in the world, especially, but more specifically in the United States, where the podcast is from. And often women would have to drive to a different state and set up residence in that state for somewhere 6 months to a year, and then like either literally lobby the government to put a special members bill through the legislature in order to get their marriage voided, or I mean, it's just the hoops. So she probably left the where she was living in order to move away, to probably do something similar like that, to have her marriage annulled or to get the divorce to go through. So she's a single mom, kind of struggling on her own, when she meets this man, Walter Keane, who, like, he's in the movie Big Eyes, he's sort of portrayed as basically a con artist whose whole, like, everything he said was a lie. And I don't know, really, to be honest, how much of, I was, as I was getting ready for today's episode, I was thinking to myself that Margaret Keane, I fully believe her story, but she wouldn't sell the rights to her life story until really very close to the end of her life. I think in the last, about 20 years before she died, they started negotiating to get the movie made, and it comes out in 2014. She dies in 2022. And it was the first time where she had authorized anyone to do, like, the sort of true story of her life. And, often when people do that, they tend to kind of, it's really more their story and maybe a little bit less of the other side's story in order to get it made. So I just kind of was thinking a little bit about that while putting to the episode and watching the movie, is like, is this guy really just a terrible human being? Or, I mean, because until he died, Walter Keane was adamant that he was the artist who created all these famous paintings. He never backed down from that, even though it's pretty clear who made the work. So was he just a compulsive liar, or I don't know. But anyway, he the Walter Keane and Margaret Keane, or Peggy Doris Hawkins, depending on how you want meet, or I guess she was Margaret Albright at the time that they met, because she had taken on her former husband's last name. And I think they got married very quickly, and I think he saw in her a lot of potential, and he was, being a con man is all about being a great salesperson, right? So he was able to certainly convince her, but he was also really great at selling her work. And why he decided to take ownership over her work as opposed to just promoting her work, I mean, that's kind of the question, because if he was such a great salesman, he probably would have been able to sell her work almost as well as he was able to sell her work under his name. But again, I do think the circumstances of the time were, if you were a female artist and you were trying to break through into the art world, it was very, very, very difficult, and people just didn't take female artists seriously. And I mean, you look at the lives of artists like Lee Krasner, who was Jackson Pollock's wife, or Elaine de Kooning, who is Willem de Kooning's wife. Two of my favorite artists of all time. Well, I love all four of them, but the women at least on par with those male artists with their husbands. But they really didn't achieve renown or celebrity until after they had their children had been, well, I guess Lee Krasner and Pollock didn't have children, but really until, their husbands were really, really successful after they had basically done everything for them, where people finally in the 80s or so turned their attention towards them. So, and there's a group called the Guerrilla Girls, who are this feminist performance political group in New York that have been around since the 1980s, and they were really big advocates. And like they would say, how difficult is it to get into, for a woman to get into the Metropolitan? Let me see, Guerrilla. I have to show you this. Yeah, do women have to be naked to get into the Metropolitan Museum? Less than 5% of the artists in the modern art sections are women, but 85% of the nudes are female. So the Guerrilla Girls have been talking about this since the late 70s, early 80s, all about the ridiculous hypocrisy of art and how curators and collectors will buy naked paintings of women and proudly hang them in their houses for their friends to come and ogle at, but they're very unlikely, even to this day, to buy work by female artists. And, I guess, again, we hope that these things are going to change, but this has been 40 years since they've been talking about this stuff, which is one of the reasons why I try as much as possible to feature female artists, because I think they're just as good as the guys, in many cases much better. So anyway, long tangent there. So Walter Keane claims to be this artist. It turns out he's not really an artist at all. He was actually taking other people's art and selling it as his own, and then later does the same thing, obviously, with his wife. But he was a real estate salesman, essentially. And when he sees Margaret Keane's work, and he sees kind of that people are interested in it and want to buy it, he quickly decides, well, we can make a fortune here. Let's start selling your work. And in the movie Big Eyes, it sort of suggests that the whole thing develops out of a simple misunderstanding, and it's just this lie that just keeps getting compounded, and this kind of spirals quickly out of control, and before you know it, like, trying to say anything against this big lie will cause the whole thing tumbling down. And she, too, one of his claims in court was that she, for a decade, never publicly disagreed. When she was asked directly, she said, "Oh, it's my husband who makes the paintings." And in the movie does a great job of sort of showing kind of the difficult position that she was in, and how volatile his temper was, and how she kind of felt like she kind of had to go along with this whole ruse because it was kind of working, and how bad is it really? But really, the unfortunate thing is Walter Keane really ran with this thing, and it wasn't just like, oh, we're going to use this, but he became a celebrity and was photographed with Hollywood stars, with politicians, presidents, foreign dignitaries, was in the newspaper hundreds and hundreds of times all over the world, and he really enjoyed that celebrity. So, it was probably more than just an innocent mistake, and more of just like, oh, I see an opportunity here for me to finally get what I deserve. They get married in 1955, and they stay married until the mid-1960s. I think in 1964 they separate, and they get divorced in 1965 when she moves to Hawaii, which ironically is where they got married. But I think at the time she moved away to get away from her husband in Hawaii, because it was about as far away as she could get, really, and maybe she had already had a little bit of You know, when she was there the previous decade, she liked the area and thought it was a good place to kind of hide away and disappear. So one of the things Margaret Keane does, and you know, it's unfortunate again, you know, I was looking, you know, just to, again, to show you the bias both against women artists and also against Margaret Keane's work, is there's very few websites, even despite the fact that there was this big movie that created a whole new generation of people interested in Margaret Keane's work. There's no like wiki art page. There's very few pages that are dedicated to her work and kind of her biography. And part of that is the snobbishness of the art world, who have long looked at her work as being, as they say, kitsch or cliched, tacky, garbage, overly sentimental work. In fact, I think it might be worth just... Oops, got the spelling wrong here. But it was funny, we did this... we talked about kitsch a while ago, and I Googled... I think we were talking about kitsch when we were talking about this very painting here, The Dogs Playing Poker, by Cassius Coolidge, or Cash Coolidge. And remember, we didn't do this exact painting, but we did do another Dogs Playing Poker painting. And, you know, this type of work, you know, was seen as sort of not serious art. It's, yeah, I mean, the masses like it. People buy posters and put it up in their apartments and stuff. But these aren't intellectual people. They're you know, working class morons who don't know anything about true class and true culture, and so they'll eat whatever is put in front of them, right? Including garbage art like this, which is just like boggles my mind personally. It's the opposite of the way I think about art. But Margaret Keane's work was seen as the same sort of thing. You know, it's good enough to maybe hang in a child's bedroom, or maybe in like a coffee shop, or in the bathroom of a ironic bar, but not in an art gallery, not in a museum. Oh my goodness, can you imagine if like people with a highly developed sense of taste, meaning rich white people, came into a museum and saw this kind of stuff on the wall? Like, oh, I'm getting lightheaded just thinking about it, right? So I partly think that idea of kitsch art was used really to belittle, demean, ostracize. Often female artists were often the ones that got the brunt of it. Generally people that didn't go to art school or didn't have any sort of official accreditation by an art gallery, art museum, art institution of any kind, that had no formal training, that, you know, couldn't name 5 famous artists from the Renaissance off the top of one hand. And so as a way of sort of keeping those people out of the institution, out of the canon of art, out of the arena, and keeping it really for, you know, older white guys, really is the long story short. And anybody else who wanted to break through, every once in a while somebody kicks the door open and they're allowed in. But it's, you know, it was often, for a lot of people, it was more work than it was worth. Anyway, so she is continuing to make all of this work. Her husband's claiming ownership over it, and it's getting very successful. One of the big breakthroughs for Margaret Keane's work was her husband began making prints of her work, like posters and postcards and coffee cups and dog dishes and umbrellas, putting her work on there and selling that, essentially licensing her work to various different brands. And that was very successful. She might have really been one of the very first artists that I can think of whose work was disseminated, distributed like that. I mean, really, the precedent for that, I think, would be the great Japanese artists like Hokusai and Hiroshige, who were, obviously 100 years or more before Margaret Keane, and was done in a different process. Rather than lithographs, they were hand printed, wood block prints, etc. So, I mean, another artist that comes to mind would have been, do we have Norman Rockwell in here? No? Okay. I mean, the other main artist, and we did do a painting by Norman Rockwell, but he was often also dismissed as just being a hack, and it wasn't really until very recently that Norman Rockwell's work has been exhibited in major museums, because he was just seen as an illustrator. Again, another word that's just meant to kind of demean and belittle the great achievements by someone. And so, but I think Norman Rockwell's work was, spread around the world because it was in magazines and advertisements in magazines and posters. So that really allowed it to travel quite broadly. But I really think Margaret Keane, I'm just talking off the top of my head, would have been really one of the first artists to really promote their work through relatively inexpensive prints, besides, again, the Japanese artists that I mentioned previously. Because of Walter Keane's great ability to sell and market things, he's able to secure bigger and bigger commissions. He's getting commissions from Bob Hope and Joan Crawford, and giving them to his wife to actually do the hard work, which is, gets hit, and then everyone who comes over to Joan Crawford's house sees a painting of her and is like, oh, that's cool, and oh, did you know that this guy does these paintings? And that just keeps on spreading. There's this great quote, which is, it's also at the beginning of the movie Big Eyes, but Andy Warhol says, I think what Keane has done is just terrific. It has to be good. If it were bad, so many people wouldn't like it. And, that's a very Warholian thing to say, because Andy Warhol was a pop artist. And what is pop? Pop means popular culture, right? And Andy Warhol really tapped into that idea that if I can take something that is already visible, popular, like a soup can, and put it onto a painting, well, I can co-opt that brand, make a painting of it, and it's already recognizable. I can sell it. It's sort of like what Hollywood does these days with, like, they take things that already have a following, like a comic book or a book or a video game, toys like Transformers, and then makes a movie based on them in order to capitalize on that existing audience. So Warhol was thinking about that kind of thing, like, I'm going to make paintings of celebrities. Everybody loves celebrities. If I make a painting of Marilyn Monroe, it's not just a painting of some woman, it's this really famous actress. And so everyone wants a picture of Marilyn Monroe, so I can make, you can see. So Warhol always thought like a businessman. So I think part of what he appreciated about Margaret Keane, or Walter Keane, I guess, is that Walter Keane was a great business person who was able to get his work out everywhere, to the point where it saturated the market so much that people began to get sick of it. And I think that's partly why there was this reaction against her work, is that it was so visible that, it's just like, the same way sometimes you feel about certain celebrities, and you just see their name constantly coming up, and you're like, oh my goodness, not another article. Or, you know, even if I'm not interested in Brangelina or Benifer or whatever these things are, like, I don't even know who they are, but they just show up on my news feed on Facebook or on YouTube or in the newspaper. I hear people in the water cooler at work talking about it. But this idea that, you know, if it was so bad, people wouldn't like it, I think there's also some kind of truth to that. I mean, I think about that all the time. And I think, you know, when we were talking about kitsch, I recommended a book called, what is it, Celine? Okay. I just think this is one of my favorite books of all time. I read this book when I went up to the North Pole with the Canadian Air Force. Odd book to read when you're in that landscape. But this book by Carl Wilson, not related to Carl Wilson of the Beach Boys, is a great book because this guy, what he did is I think he was assigned, you know, to write an article for some newspaper or whatever about, like, why don't you go to Vegas and watch Celine Dion and tell me what the fuss is all about. So he's like, oh my goodness, Celine Dion is just like the worst singer ever. And he goes there and sees, like, the excitement, and he's like, why do people love this person so much? And he kind of goes on this investigation to understand what people like about Celine Dion. And it's interesting, you know, just the other day I was in Seattle, and there's this, like, the whole city was taken over by fans of Taylor Swift. And some people, you know, they hear Taylor Swift and they get all angry or they get really excited. And, you know, I was talking to some friends about that just last night. And like, ugh, Taylor Swift, oh, the worst. And I'm like, really? You don't find a few of those songs pretty darn catchy? Okay. But anyway, highly recommend this book if you want to sort of get a little deeper into some of the kind of the discussion kind of running in the background of work by, like, Cassius Coolidge, you know, the Dogs Playing Poker, Norman Rockwell, or Margaret Keane, and many of the other people we've talked about. One of the, let me see, do I have, oh, here. This is a scene in the movie Big Eyes that is kind of a climactic scene towards the very end. But Margaret Keane was commissioned, or I guess her husband was commissioned, to make this gigantic painting. It's not that big. It's probably maybe like 12 feet by 8 feet tall. This big canvas. It was to be hung at the 1964 World's Fair in New York. And she made this painting. It took her months of, like, intense work to make it. And it's intended to sort of feature children from around the world who, and I think they're going to sell posters. It's going to be donated, all the proceeds, to UNICEF. But like literally a couple days before the exhibition opened, the main art critic for the New York Times, John Canada, he wrote a scathing article about just how horrible and ugly not only this painting was, but really all of her work. And I think he said something like, this painting features 100 Keane faces, and therefore it's 100 times worse than the typical Keane painting. I mean, just really mean. But I think it's interesting that this painting caused people to get so upset. And so the painting was taken down and it wasn't exhibited as part of the World's Fair, which was kind of crushing to really both Walter Keane, obviously, because it hurt his ego, but also for Margaret Keane, who had spent a lot of time on it. And I mean, Walter Keane sort of saw it as maybe she was made it deliberately bad to humiliate him, which is crazy. But so she leaves her husband in 1964, moves to Hawaii. They get divorced in 65, and she. Actually, maybe I should even... Okay, I forgot to say kind of like the big scene, and I was trying to get, like, for whatever reason... So here's the movie Big Eyes on Amazon Prime. There's a link in the description below to see that, and I was trying to pause it to show specific moments from this movie, but it wouldn't let me show them on screen. I think it thinks I'm trying to bootleg it or something. But... there is a very famous moment in their lives, and in this movie, it's really the climactic scene of the whole movie, where essentially the two of them go to court, and he is suing her for defamation, because she'd gone on 5 years after they were divorced, she goes on the radio in Honolulu and says, "I am the one who made all these paintings." And so her husband, or ex-husband, sued her, saying, like, she's defaming me, taking credit for the work that I so carefully painted. And so it goes to court, and long story short, the judge says, okay, well, I can't figure out who's telling the truth here, so let's bring in some paintbrushes, and you guys are going to make a painting, and we'll let the jury decide. And... they actually they did this sort of she tried to do this a few years before in San Francisco, kind of held a kind of a public paint-off kind of thing, but he didn't show up. But he showed up to the court case, and when the judge asked them to make 2 paintings, all of a sudden, his shoulder was too sore, he couldn't lift a paintbrush. So, and she, during the hour that was allocated to make work, she finished one of her paintings. And so it was pretty clear that either she was just really, really good at mimicking her husband's ability, or she was, in fact, the brains behind the entire operation. She was the actual creative genius behind these so-called big-eyed works. And, again, as I said, Walter never backed down from his claim that he was, in fact, the real artist. But it's also telling that, he lived for another couple decades, and he never made a single painting after that court case. I mean, you'd think, like, afterwards he would double down and make more, but no. So it's clearly, obviously, he was, like a fraud. So, I mean, one of the things that happened when she moved from... or moved after she got divorced from her husband, when she moved to Hawaii, is she became a devout member of the Jehovah's Witness religion. And part of that religion was sort of like a searing honesty. And she felt that she couldn't be true to her religion if she was to kind of hold this secret inside that she was the real person behind all of these paintings. So that was one of the things that motivated her to speak out about about her role in creating these works. It's claimed that, I've seen here that they were talking on the Wikipedia page that after the divorce, her paintings got happier and brighter, and they were much more positive. They had tears of joy, tears of happiness. These are paintings of children in paradise. They are what I think the world is going to look like when God's will is done. Looking at her work, I guess I could see that a little bit, but let's see. If we kind of just look at some of her paintings, I mean, I will say, like, so for instance, maybe just So this is a painting from 1971 that she did that I really like as well. As I said, I've done the outline for that if you want to do that painting instead. You know, this is, she's signed it as in her own name here at the top. I don't know, you tell me, is this a much happier, more, does this express tears of happiness and joy? I don't know. So it's one of those things too where you're like, I mean, yes, here this child is crying. This is also part of a, I don't know if it was a diptych, but often sold as a diptych. So we have here The Stray, which is today's painting, and No Dogs Allowed. And so it was like one girl and one boy here, both one holding a stray dog and one holding a stray cat. And I don't know if they were sold together separately. Oh, you know what? So the painting, I mean, sold for, it doesn't say the actual sale price here, but it wouldn't surprise me if this painting sold for maybe $5,000 to $10,000. So, which is kind of crazy. I mean, you can see here, these are original artworks. An oil on canvas, estimates between $300 to $600 for her paintings. I think, I'm surprised they're not selling for 50,000, 200,000, $1.5 million for these paintings. Are some better than others? Sure. Are some Picassos better than others? Absolutely. I mean, Picasso made just heaps of garbage, so amazing masterpieces. We've painted many of them here, but so anyway, if you got a little bit of change, why not invest in a couple Margaret Keanes? They're only going to get more and more popular as time goes on. So if I had money, I would park it in something like that. What else do I want to say? Oh, Margaret Keane attributed part of her style to the artist Amedeo Mondigliani. Mondigliani is the artist we're going to be looking at next week. So stay tuned for that. So if we want to I kind of thought of them as nice little kind of bookends. Let's see if we have some Mondigliani paintings here. Mondigliani's very famous for eyes as well, and often eyes that were left blank. There's sort of a period of his time where he stops painting the pupils and irises in the eyes and just leaves them as these empty spaces. And so it's interesting that Margaret Keane saw a connection between them and often cited Mondigliani's work as an inspiration. Another thing I thought was really interesting, I was, again, trying to do some research on this and found zero info, but, one of the things that is very popular these days is manga and anime, which is Japanese comic books and Japanese animation, and all of which feature characters with really big eyes. And so I don't know if Powerpuff Girls would be considered to be manga or anime, but the creators of Powerpuff Girls definitely cites Margaret Keane as an inspiration for their work. So much so that one of the characters, Miss Keane, is sort of the teacher of this kind of group of superheroes. But one of the things in anime is the great big eyes. So let's just, literally look at, when we search for this, the first thing that comes up is an image of an eye. That's just goes to, I didn't even know that. And just, it's like, oh, that's very interesting. Here we've got kind of an early anime cartoon, famous Astro Boy. I remember watching these in school. And one of the big features with these characters is often like these really big eyes. And so I was trying to, anyway, long story short, I was trying to do research to try to find, like, is there a link between Margaret Keane's work and this style expanding into from North America to Japan? Does that explain why these eyes are also so big? I don't know. And there could be antecedents in Japanese culture and history that helps explain these big eyes that we see feature so prominently in contemporary Japanese pop culture. But anyway, I find that kind of stuff super interesting. And sometimes it's just the zeitgeist things just seem to pop up all over the world, and who knows where they come from. But Margaret Keane, just lastly, she goes into a hospice at the age 90, or the hospice workers come to the house and they're helping her. And so she has sort of like a late renaissance at age 90. For the next couple of years, she's back producing at her easel a lot more work. But she passes away at age 94 of heart failure in California. And so, as I said, a long, super productive life. I think she made great contributions to culture and art history. I think the fact that she stood up for herself and claimed ownership over the work that she rightly produced makes her a hero. I think the fact, yes, it took a while. It took a decade before she was able to gather the strength and kind of get distance from her and her husband to do that. But I think maybe it took 10 years to get out of that situation, right? I don't begrudge anybody for the choices that they make or feel they have to make in order to survive. And, clearly her work resonated with a lot of people. As Andy Warhol said, that a lot of people really liked her work. It spoke to them. And I mean, I have friends who, like, I remember when I was in art school, who had her pictures, prints on their walls in their dorm rooms and stuff back in the 90s and early 2000s, long before this movie came out. And I think it's only gotten more and more because of the movie by Tim Burton starring Christoph Waltz as Walter Keane and Amy Adams as as Margaret Keane herself. I wanted to show this on screen, but it won't let me blow it up that big. But so here we're at the 12-minute and 36-minute mark of the movie Big Eyes. And in the background, you won't be able to see it on this tiny little screen, but in the background over the shoulder of Amy Adams sitting on the park bench, that's Margaret Keane herself, who makes a short little cameo appearance in the movie about her life. So, keep your eyes peeled to find that little Easter egg hidden in the movie. Now, is there anything else? So here's her. I think she's in her late. So this is 2014 when the movie came out. So she's in her mid 80s at this, and she looks great for someone in her 80s. My goodness, I hope I'm still alive, let alone like rocking that style when I'm in my 80s. That's awesome. Look at that. She looks like a movie star there. And really, she's the subject of an important movie, right? So anyway, there's lots of articles all about this fascinating story in art history, legal history. I mean, I can't think of any instances where here's her when she was much younger, of course. I can't really think of another time where a judge asked two artists to make paintings in a courtroom at the same time to prove who was responsible for what. That must have been just a fascinating kind of moment, and especially the way that's played up in the movie Big Eyes is very funny. but just how sad. Like, you're like, ugh, that Walter guy is just, what a sleaze bag. Anyway, I think I want to move on here. So let's see if some of these comments. Oh, Pascaline is there as well. Talking about the birds outside the house. Owls. Okay, so let's move on here and get this painting started. So what I think I want to do now is I want to do a little bit of underpainting, and I realize there's lots of different definitions as to what an underpainting can be or is. So the way that I define it is it's a... because sometimes people will combine the Imprimatura, underdrawing, and underpainting all into one action. And generally that's like a very experienced painter will do that. Or maybe less experienced landscape painters often do that. They might just kind of start with a white canvas, mix an Imprimatura, kind of a warm brown, and kind of roughly paint in the location of the sky and the ground and major forms like trees or buildings, etc. The way that I think about it in these episodes is that an underpainting is sort of like highlighting aspects of the underdrawing so that they don't get completely covered up by subsequent layers of paint. So in this instance here, our underpainting, what I'm going to do is maybe paint in very briefly some of the facial features, like hands, anything where I might be afraid of covering it up with the background, and I want those lines to be very apparent. So let's take some cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red. We mix these colors together, and if they're in the exact right proportion, we'll get a black. If they're not exactly right, then we're going to get something that might be brown, purple, or green. Because if we've got a little bit more yellow and blue, it's going to be greenish. If it's got a little bit more yellow and red, it's going to be a little bit more brown. And if it's got a little bit more red and blue, it's going to be more purpley. And, you know, one of the things that can be hard is when you look at a color that's really dark like that, you're like, oh my goodness, I don't even know if I got it right. Like, I just scooped those in, obviously, without measuring it at all, and actually that looks pretty good. Sometimes if I just keep on mixing it, that the colors kind of get more evenly spread, and maybe the color changes a little bit. But the easiest, fastest way to do this is if we take a little bit of white and we just mix a little bit of white to the side, it'll go gray. And that gives us, it's a little easier to see what a color is when it's a little bit lighter. And so if this, I actually think I got almost perfect. But if this would be, we would be able to see if it's a little more purple or green or brown. But there you go. There we've got our black. I'm just going to clean this brush off. Well, he's talking about making doggy headphones to keep them from getting scared by birds and fireworks. There's got to be something like that out there. I feel like that's something on eBay or Amazon or something. Or it's probably about to be, right? Because it sounds like a brilliant idea. Where did this water come from? Oh, from my Imprimatura. I was like, you know, sometimes you just like, why is that wet? Is there something leaking around here? Which in the summer, sometimes the studio gets, it does start to leak a little bit, the pipes. Anyway, so I've just mixed my underpainting, this black, and let's just as a double check here. Let's see if she did anything like this. She used pencil to do the outlining. She would just draw directly onto the canvas. So she probably did not do what I'm about to do. That doesn't mean we can't do it, obviously. And one of the reasons she was able to paint really quickly is because she would have probably just skipped this step. And, you know, if you're making your own work, it's kind of easier to skip this kind of a step because you kind of feel like you might know where the lines should go, and so you don't really need this help. But, you know, if you're making a painting of your grandfather or your dog, and you want to make sure that the likeness kind of comes through, well, this, you know, this is one way to ensure that some of those details don't get lost. So I'm also just kind of going around that cat, because I'm going to paint the background in kind of briskly, and so knowing where some of these things, it's like the shoulder, so just wipe that off because it felt like a little bit intense of a dark line that might be insurmountable if it was too big. So some other people might find they want to do the whole thing. I don't know if you need to do the whole thing. That seems like maybe a little bit of busy work. I'm looking for places like landmarks that I can use to kind of, if everything just got completely obliterated, I'd either be able to see those lines, my black lines I just painted, or even a little bit of the texture coming through. Pascaline says the eyes of the cat in Shrek are also very big. That's true. Pascaline also says, lol, you should go on Dragon's Den and promote, or the Shark Tank and promote your your dog earmuffs or dog earplugs. So I'm just going to quickly blow dry this and we'll move on. So now what we want to do is put some color into the background. And in this painting, the background is this kind of gray, but it's very painterly. So and let's just, like, what kind of colors? There's almost a little bit of purple in here. A little bit more of the kind of, a bit of cool red. There's a little bit of cool blue in there. So, I think the way that, what I want to do here for this color, I mean, we've already mixed our black, so that's perfect, because we can use this as a background color. And also the way that she's painting it, she's not going for a big solid gray. So if I was trying to go for a big solid gray color, I'd probably go for a bigger brush. I might try to do some of the smaller ones, or the kind of tighter in areas with a smaller brush, and then use bigger brushes to kind of get rid of that. But I think I'm going to go, what's a medium-sized brush that I have here? Or is even that too big? I want to go even smaller. Obviously, the bigger brush, the faster it goes. Well, let's keep the small brush to the side. So what I'm going to do, I've kind of mixed my... Let's take this, let's put this down here. So we're going to use a lot of white. I'm going to put some matte medium in here as well. It's going to make this paint a little bit more transparent, but especially this brand of titanium white is very opaque. So I mean, that's the color, but I may even want to just kind of dip into my cool red and cool blue. So you can see why I painted those black lines, because I'm also painting right over top of them. I'm going to go even a little bit closer in on her hair. I can always paint back over top of those things. So it's kind of hard to just allow streaks to stay in there like that. Now you don't have to paint these edges. I always just sort of like getting a little bit of that. It's not about that I want to hide all that yellow, it's just that I want to... Sometimes if you look at it directly from the front, you see a little bit of those sides poking through. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit that with the blow dry real quick, and then I'm going to maybe even use my, well, I might use the smaller brush, we'll see here, and go back and do a little bit more, because obviously there's some of that yellow which is kind of shining through, which is not in the original, although I don't mind that at all, to be honest, but it's not exactly. Maybe I'm going to stick to the bigger brush here. So let's just get that white back in here. Oops, might be, oh, it's a little bit too much in there. Bit of a darker gray. putting a little bit of matte medium in here just to make a slightly more wet paint. I was basically painting with a lot of dry paint there. You can see a bit of yellow kind of coming through. Again, that's not the end of the world for me, but okay, probably good enough. Pascaline says, question, acrylic gets darker when it dries. Is there a way to keep the original color? Well, that's tricky. Sometimes I find acrylic gets lighter when it dries. Generally, though, it tends to get a little bit duller when it dries. Is there a way to preserve that? Not really. I mean, one thing that can help is if you use glossier paint. Glossy paint looks a lot like wet paint, which is one of the reasons I like not using. I like using matte, medium matte glazing fluid or satin glazing fluid, which is exactly the same thing, because I don't like glossy paints, especially acrylic paint. I find when it looks glossy, it looks like plastic. I mean, it is plastic, but it looks very plasticky and cheap. So I like having my paintings look matte. If you want it to be a little bit glossier, maybe you can use a gloss varnish or put it behind a glass frame. But if you're painting with glossy paints, it's going to look very similar when it's wet versus when it's dried. So that might be a solution to that problem if you're finding the colors seem to be changing too radically for your own personal taste if it's more matte. So if you add a little bit of matte or gloss medium into all of your paints, it's going to stay very shiny when it's dry. It's just total personal preference. I would say that on the whole, most people prefer glossier things, because what glossy does is not only the colors are going to stay consistent when they dry, but they're also going to look more intense, more vibrant, more saturated. So whereas mine, usually when it's done, it's going to look a little bit more dull. But if I was to let it dry and then brush on some gloss medium or gloss varnish, those colors would pop out again. It's the same sort of thing when you get your photos developed, they give you an option. Do you want gloss finish or matte finish? And sometimes the matte finish is not even a finish. It's just the photograph without the gloss finish applied on top of it. And most people prefer the glossy finish because the colors looks deeper, more contrast between light and dark. Again, I still like the more matte finish, but I'm on the minority there. So hopefully that can help solve that problem. Okay, so let's move on here. Now that we got our background started, maybe finished, I don't know, we'll see here once we get a little more of the painting done. Let's start painting the woman or the girl and the cat here. And let's look at the original here. So, where should we start? I mean, I always like starting with the thing that's furthest in behind and then building on top of that. So I was going to say, well, let's paint the face because that's in behind the cat and in behind the clothing, but then the arms are in front of all of that. So, you know, it's one of those, sometimes it's like, wow, they're kind of interwoven. Doesn't really matter where we start or stop. I do think maybe let's start with the skin, and then we'll do the fabric and hair and cat, I think. But I could start with the cat and work my... Probably because what I'm going to end up doing is maybe going back and touching up all 4 of those different areas, including maybe even the background after I've done a pass on the foreground here. So let's mix a skin tone to begin with. So to mix a skin tone, we're going to start with our warm yellow. We're going to take a little bit of warm red and even less warm blue. So start out with our warm yellow, mix our warm red in there, and you can see how much of an impact that red has. It basically turned that yellow very quickly into a fairly deep orange, and there was maybe 1 to 5 parts, one part, or let's say 80% warm yellow, 9 or 15% red, warm red, and 5% or less warm blue, and yet how much those colors affect one another. The yellow being the least dominant just sort of gets swallowed by those other colors. All right, but either way, that's our that's a brown. The blue is going to turn that orange progressively darker and darker brown. But the way that she's painted these skin tones is very light. All right. So let's now take our white, and again, this white it's a little bit of a higher grade white. So the difference is I'm painting with essentially soft body acrylic paints, and this is a heavy body acrylic paint, so it's just much thicker and denser, more pigment to medium ratio. So it's just kind of got a chunkier, thick toothpaste kind of quality. The other thing, because there's a lot of white in there, if we just paint white over anything, it's going to completely obliterate what was underneath. So I want to be careful that if we just, especially if we're worried about losing any lines there. Now also though, because there's this medium in here, when I start painting over it, it's going to be somewhat transparent, and not only will the lines come through, but some of this yellow will come through. And it's kind of hard to account for that. I totally get that. So it's a bit of like trial and error, and you just sort of maybe go on the little more cautious approach. And I don't mind just painting over So maybe, in fact, let's zoom in here. So you can see there's a bunch of that yellow coming through, and that's okay. I'm totally happy with that. Let's move down to these arms. So if some of that yellow's showing through, first of all, maybe we want to leave that showing through. Or if I'm not happy with it, I just let it dry and then I'll just paint another layer over top of it. I think it appears to be coming through maybe a little bit more on camera than it is in actuality, but I don't mind that either. So maybe, you know, I'm just going to quickly blow dry this, and I think I might do a second coat here while we're at this stage. Well, it says, I honestly don't know how we both managed to stay up so late for these classes. I have an early start tomorrow, but I just can't drag myself away from these classes. I'm addicted to them. Pascaline says, I know the feeling, Lolly. These classes make me happy. Lolly says, I find Michael's voice really relaxes me too, so when I'm not painting or watching, I just listen with my eyes closed to fall asleep to. And if we feed this through some dodgy earphones, I reckon our dogs would be mega chill and mega artistic. You guys are so sweet. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lolly and Pascaline. Putting people to sleep for the past few years. But I you know, I do the same sort of thing. I like falling asleep watching TV myself, so so I'm just gonna go back over. We'll see. Maybe do I want to go over all of it again? Yeah, it looks like I can. I just wanted to be sure that, you know, when you put that second coat on, obviously it's doubling up the opacity, and if we go too far, sometimes we end up covering up maybe a little bit more than we hoped, right? So I just wanted to be doubly sure that I wasn't going to lose anything. Now I also like going over top of, again, these black lines. That way it's just going to, well, sometimes I do, not all the time, but in this case for sure, because it will cover up, it just will help kind of keep the or avoid kind of gaps between the colors. And it appears that's the way that she painted. That's not necessarily the way everybody paints, and some people, like Matisse, for instance, you know, went out of their way to keep those little gaps between the colors in there. So every artist is different. Every artist has things they like and dislike. Okay. Now, I don't know if she did this. She did use both oil and acrylics, and I'm not sure, you know, if she switched at some point or she used them both on the same paintings. It's possible that she might have done pretty much exactly what we're doing here in oil or acrylic paint, and then finished it in oil paint. I mean, yeah. One of the things, if you're in some ways painting this kind of style in oil paint could be faster or slower. If you kind of perfect it, you can go very fast. Like Bob Ross, for instance, painted almost exclusively in oil paint. And he's painting very fast, like making a whole painting in 25, 30 minutes. And if you're painting in the style that he paints, painting in oil paint is perfect for that, because he's doing lots of blending. That's also very difficult to paint that way. And I don't think most people can keep up with Bob Ross, even really experienced painters. So I think he made things look maybe a little bit easier than they actually were. Okay, so let's paint the clothes, because or do I want to use this skin tone while I've got it? Maybe I'm going to do a little bit of clothes, and then I'm going to come back to... So what I want to do, actually, let's get a bit more white. So when I look at her clothes, it's kind of... It looks to me like a cool yellow, maybe even a bit of warm yellow in here, but I'm going to start out with a little bit, maybe a bit of both. And some white. And I'm just going to kind of tidy up this area. Oops, sorry. Maybe I should have zoomed back out. So I kind of paint over a little bit of that gray that kind of went over top of her body there. Now while I'm here, I'm just going to kind of go over these kind of folds. Okay. I'm just going to take some cool yellow. Oops, that's going to be black. Okay. I'm going to take my warm yellow. You can see that warm yellow is technically what was underneath all of this, but because we diluted it earlier, it maybe looked a little bit cooler. White paint on there. So we'll do I want to do more? Maybe I'll let that dry. While that's drying, let's work on her hair briefly. Although... maybe just ever so briefly. Because what I want to do here... I'm going to take a little bit of orange, or sorry, my warm red and cool yellow to make a bit more of like a blonde color, a little bit of a golden color there. And maybe I could have made a deeper brown here. Maybe I'll just take a bit of that. So my goal here is not to cover up her face or really much of the background. I just want to get something in place. For this stage of the painting here. You know, obviously that looks different. Her hair's much bigger and wilder. But my worry is like, what if I gotta do more stuff in the background here? Well, I don't want to get the hair all finished and then have to do it over again. My goal is just to get as much of the painting filled in with vaguely the right color. And then once the vaguely right colors are in place, then I can more accurately evaluate where the painting's at. And if I kind of feel like it's on the right track, then perfect. Then let's start kind of refining things, but not until then. Next, let's take a look at the cat here and what we want to do for the cat. I think for the cat, I want to paint the cat gray. I don't see any... Yeah, I mean, we could go a little bit more in the brownish gray direction, so maybe let's do that. Let's take our, oops. So I've got some white here that already had a little bit of brown mixed in, so let's mix this into the white. Not too dissimilar from our skin tone. And let's take our black. Mix this together. Just to get a little bit of a more nuanced gray that we're going to especially see kind of in the face of this cat. Oops. So this is what I was saying, like, do I paint this, the cat first, or do I paint the skin first? And it's always like kind of a bit of like, well, you're gonna have to paint it all at some point, and as long as it's there at some point, it's gonna work. Let's do the bottom half of that cat. Oh, and Lolly's saying goodnight. Pascaline's gonna go to sleep as well. Good. So putting like a color like underneath another color, I know for some people this seems like a total waste of time. But you know, it's not like we're painting your kitchen or your bathroom. Like if I said to you, okay, well you want like a really nice, you know, green in your kitchen, well let's paint it yellow first, and then we're gonna do 3 coats of like very light blue, you know, like I don't know. You'd be like, are you crazy? And I would say you were crazy if you were thinking of doing that. I mean, maybe it could result in something really cool and subtle, but most people don't need or want that kind of thing. So, but in a painting, you generally want a little bit more sophistication there. Like it's almost to the point where if you were like, you don't want that level of complexity in your everyday environment, because you kind of, it's like background music, you know. If you're like, the point of background music is it sits in the background, it doesn't sort of elevate itself into the foreground, so it's never really super distracting. So whereas, you know, I think we've all been somewhere in a restaurant or a gift shop or something, and maybe somebody switches the music or somebody's playlist kicks in and something really, like, either it's inappropriate or with, like, you know, lots of swearing, or some kind of music that is like not the right tempo, it's like heavy metal, and you're in a candy store or something, you're like, whoa, this is, and you notice it, and it's like, this is really distracting. I'm not able to focus on the reason why I'm here. So same sort of thing, maybe if you were to have really complex colors going on in your walls, rather than just those walls just being, you can ignore them, forget about them. At times you're just like, you find yourself staring at the wall, which would, you know, doesn't sound very productive. Okay, so let's take a look here. So this is going to help me now more accurately evaluate this painting as it's unfolding here. So let's, in fact, now that we've got the background and the foreground first passes done, let's look at this painting now that there's colors occupying pretty much every part of the surface, and just see, do we want to do any touch-ups on the background, or are we happy with it as it is? So let's look at them side by side. Now, you know, I deliberately add a little bit of purple, like a little bit more red, cool red, and a little bit of warm blue on this side. You know, in retrospect, or at least, you know, side by side, mine looks a little bit more purpley than Margaret Keane's. Now, does that bother me? I mean, I deliberately made it more purple, but is it too purple? Do I want to darken it at all? I don't know. I think I'm okay with that. Things, though, where I do see a lot of the texture kind of coming through, and I think to myself, is that something that is bothersome? I don't know if that's coming across on camera here, so let's just... Like, you see this kind of texture? That's the kind of thing that could make a painting look a little bit cheap. I think I'm just going to go with it, but it'd be something to think about. Like, if I didn't want that, what I would probably want to do is put in a lot more, like, matte medium, mix that into some more gray paint, and just brush even more, and then that's going to start filling in that texture so that we have a bit more solidity, opacity, and we don't have that yellow showing through. Now, I don't mind the yellow showing through. I don't mind any color showing through. In fact, I like that. But, you know, if we just maybe, if I look at Margaret Keane's work, sorry, just focus that out. I don't really, it looks like she was pretty thick with the paint. Or not thick, but just, probably actually the opposite, probably painting very thin, but it's completely covered the weave of the canvas, because I don't see really the texture of the canvas coming through. So anyway, that's just sort of worth kind of noting there. So I think we're going to skip, I'm just going to go right to more work in the foreground. So I realize I don't think I'm going to do any more in the background, so we were able to do the background in one pass, but I could see some people feeling, once you've got the foreground figure, like, whoa, that background looks a lot darker or a lot lighter than I thought. Maybe I want to just, you know, do a little nuanced detail there. I think I'm ready to go on. And that's, again, why I didn't do too much work around her head here, because I was like, oh, do I want to do anything in the background? If I do, then there's no point in painting more of that hair because it'll get kind of messy and I'll have to paint it out. And besides just taking, wasting time essentially, it can also start to build up texture that kind of can conflict with the direction of the. Let's say I painted, more lines crossing over here, and then I want to paint hair going, let's say, over top of that line. Well, then I'm going to I'll see some of this texture of my finger. Wouldn't be that thick, hopefully, but anyway, so I'm happy. Let's move on here. So let's just think about what do I want to do next? Well, okay. I should articulate what I'm thinking. I'm kind of going back in my mind of, well, I've got some of the skin tone mixed up. Do I want to use that while it's still wet, so I don't have to mix it again? That seems probably the most logical choice. The other thing would be, maybe do I instead want to paint the cat in here and get that darker, so it more accurately depicts what we're seeing? Or do I want to go to her clothing and just have the satisfaction of checking something off that needs to be done? Let's see. Is there any? I'm trying to think. What would be the benefit? The cat, I can only do so much because I'm going to probably want to do as much of the cat. The finishing touches on the cat might be the very last thing, and her hair. So let's go to the skin. Let's yeah. Sorry, I'm thinking, taking my time, coming up, making that decision. So let's go over to her hands. Because one of the things, too, is rather than starting on a face, if there is skin elsewhere, like on hands, that might be a better place to kind of cut your teeth in, so to say, so that you might feel a little bit more confident tackling the face afterwards. So I still got this here. I do think I probably want to mix more of it, though. Just because it's easier to do it now and use that mixture rather than... So I took my brown that I previously mixed. Right, so if you remember, that brown was my warm yellow, my warm red, and my warm blue. Where's my warm? Here it is, my warm blue. And it was, as I said, maybe 80% warm yellow, 15% warm red, 5% warm blue. And that gives me very subtle peachy color. Right, the more blue that I put in there, the darker that skin tone would be. So if I wanted to paint like an African American person, well, I'd put a lot more blue into this mixture and get a much darker brown. I'd still want to put a little bit of white, but not nearly as much. Or, yeah, far less, but there'd still be a little bit in there. Anyway, that's, I think, pretty good to get us back to the same place. I'll put a little bit of matte medium in here. It's going to just make it a little bit more fluid-like, easier to paint with. And It looks like she might, well, you know what? I might also actually mix a little bit more skin tone. I might actually make a darker brown, speaking of darker browns. I don't mind if there's a bit of white in here. Now it's very purpley because we need a bit more yellow in there. And I might also use a bit of glazing medium here. So in fact, I should probably just make sure this is all bone dry. Sorry, I was muted there. Ah! How long was I? Oh, maybe not too long. But this is my, put my satin glazing fluid and the brown I mixed up and the skin tone I mixed up. So these two together combine with satin glazing fluid. Let's get a little brush for any blending. So a little small brush just to kind of blend things out. I think, you know, we'll get a little bit darker as we go. That's a pretty good start. Also, once it's kind of on there, we want to let it dry. You know, once we've, because we don't want, one thing that I always learn the hard way is every time I try to kind of fix a, you know, a layer, a blend, while it's, after I've just applied it, the painting will bite me back hard. Because it's like, what ends up happening is you start peeling previous layers of paint off. So the best thing to do is just, if you're unhappy with something, either wipe it away, which is one of the good things with glazing fluid, is it's because it's got a slow dry medium in there. You can paint, and then, you know, if you're not happy, you got an extra 30 seconds or so to just obliterate it, get rid of it. So it's either wipe it away or just leave it and then kind of add to it or fix it in the next layer. Okay, I think that's good enough for just this moment. Now I could just blow dry that right now, but I'm just going to press ahead and start working on her face. You do want to just be careful that your blending brush doesn't get too clogged up with paint. Otherwise, you end up, rather than blending paint, you're painting with that other brush. I'll start up here. Again, this is why I didn't bother doing her hair, because I want to get some of her forehead underneath her hair done here. That's a lot of paint. Just want to be careful. Okay, just gonna get rid of a little bit of that on her nose. Got a bit of that on the background, so let's just wipe that away. Now, obviously, she's got this kind of shadow going right, almost like from her hair, brightening up the top of her nose. I can always bring that back with a highlight, because I'm probably going to add highlights back in here anyway. So I'm going to leave that part. Okay. So, oh, her neck too. Don't want to forget that. So I do that. Just gonna wipe off. Okay, I think that's a pretty good start. Just gonna clean that brush off a little bit. Make sure that's dry. If this, you don't want that to be scratchy, right? So as the paints, we do more and more blending, the paint's gonna start drying on the tip of your blending brush, and then it starts getting kind of like turns into like, like a comb. And rather than kind of getting nice, soft blends, you end up getting the exact opposite. You get kind of scratchy lines on the surface. And that's like, oh no. So just keep an eye on your blending brush. That's why sometimes it's nice to have just lots of brushes around. And even a brush that long after it's, it's no longer pointy anymore, it's maybe splayed out a little bit, you can kind of trim off some of those extra hairs that have gone sidewise, and then you can just use that as your blending brush, right? Like I haven't used these in a while, but so this is what we call like a mop brush right here. And it's often used in watercolor paintings for doing kind of big washes. And so I like these for doing big areas of blending. Here's the same brush, but just after a lot of use, and it's kind of, lost its shape. But that's really great for blending big areas. It's a really nice, soft brush. It's like maybe like almost like a makeup brush. Okay, so let's blow dry that. Did I say that already? The other thing, the reason why I will, I want to blow dry here, is that if I then try to put another layer of glaze over, what ends up happening is I can end up just sort of peeling not only the previous layer of glaze, but even some of the other layers underneath. And that's like when the panic starts stepping in, because it's like, ooh, it's not going the way you want. So now, I'm debating whether just to do a black glaze or just this same color with black. It looks like I'm going to do same color with black. So again, I put my glazing fluid in here. And that probably doesn't look that black. It's darker than the previous color. But remember, if we put this color over top of the previous one, things are going to look like doubly as dark. So, I'm going to go up into the hair here. Mostly, I'm just painting areas where maybe there'd be a little bit of shadow from her hair on her forehead. Very subtle. Keep building that area up. Okay. Slowly but surely here, and obviously she worked faster than I am. But I consider her to be a pretty great painter. Anyone who can do, I think anybody who can paint is doing a great job. And anyone who can paint quickly and express what they want to do quickly, that's incredible. So, okay. You know, another I was gonna, before I forget, one of the things that really annoys me is like the comment that the New York Times critic said about Margaret Keane's work, or he thought it was Walter Keane's, but it doesn't really matter, is that it's kind of one, it's just this, that she was a hack because she's just sort of repeating a motif over and over and over again, just cashing in and not really advancing or pushing any boundaries. And I don't know, I hear that kind of stuff, I read that kind of stuff, and it just makes me laugh out loud, because I think, like, really? I mean, were you saying the same thing to, like, the Jackson Pollock? I mean, Jackson Pollock made dozens and dozens and dozens of drip paintings, which, I mean, what's the difference? The color choices? You know, instead of this pale brown, we got maybe a lighter brown with a little bit of blue in it. I mean, And I mean, I'm a huge Jackson Pollock fan, but I hear that kind of thing, and it just seems to me a little bit, yeah, why would you say that to a woman, that a woman is needlessly replicating the same thing, but that comment is sort of thrown around so much to men. Anyway, I couldn't help but think about that over and over. I'm like, really? Like, have you looked at works by the great quote unquote masters? There's a lot of repetition. In fact, that's often how artists learn, is by repeating things. Anyway, okay. I think maybe one more layer of that, and then I think we're good enough on the skin. And sorry, when I mean one more layer, I'm probably going to just do one little bit more darker layer, and then we'll do a little bit of highlights. So we're going to try to do this again as quickly as possible. I can't remember, I said I was going to try to paint this painting really fast. Well, so much for that. Hey, let's just push the boundary here by adding a bit more black in there. Bit more matte glazing fluid, or satin glazing fluid. Is that too dark? It's going to be dark, that's for sure, compared to what we've got. So maybe... So I turned it so that when I'm blending, I wasn't pulling that darker color in towards the center of her face. I was just pulling it towards the side, towards the rest of the darker colors. Okay, gotta let that dry. let's move down to these hands. Also, I forgot, like, this painting you see quite a lot in the movie. There's kind of pretty much the first scene in the movie where Margaret spots her husband Walter lying or claiming ownership over her work. She's literally carrying this painting around this jazz club that she had just finished. So that's why it's surprising to me that it recently sold on around the time that the movie came out for such a small figure. You'd think just people would want to own it to say, like, this is the painting that's in the movie right here. Let me pause it for you. You can see it's like on screen for 10 minutes. Or maybe not 10 minutes, 5 minutes maybe. work up to the eyes now. Let's get a little bit of, let's put the paint the kind of so-called whites of her eyes. I'm going to take some white. So I'm going to take a little bit of white, tiny bit of cool blue. Oops. Let's take our color for the face. Let's add some white to it. So now we're doing a little highlight. Want to make sure that our blending brush is dry and doesn't have any dark paint on it anymore, right? You'll notice I usually just work in small areas. It's much easier to manage when you're just doing a small little area. I've learned my lesson from these episodes where I try to kind of get a little ambitious and I start painting maybe more paint than, and things start drying and just chaos ensues. Okay, not quite there yet. Let's, but we're getting there, right? Let's go down to the hands. Okay, let's blow dry that. Okay. Maybe let's go back up to the face real quick. That color looks very blue right in that space, just because of what it must have covered up. Okay, almost ready to move on. It's pretty thick. Alright, so sometimes I just brush that off onto my hand or a cloth. I went a little too far there. It's okay. In fact, maybe I'll just get a little bit of water on here. Just wipe that right off. Let's go to the black here. Just darkening the whites of her eyes a little bit. That's too subtle. I'm just going to blow dry that. We'll do that again. Okay. So I think I'm done with all the blending on her face. Let's do the... What color are those eyes? What is that? That is a wild color. It's like a... kind of a cool... purpley... Let's see if we can... I think it's sort of like a cool red. Maybe a bit of a brown. Forgot that glazing fluid wasn't dry. You see what I'm talking about? Driving me crazy. Always got to remember to blow dry it more often, Michael. Okay, I'm going to take just a little experiment here. Let's take a little bit of cool red and glazing fluid. That really transparent. Oh, I forgot. I wanted to do these lips, and I think she's also used a little bit of cool red for these lips. That's a bit too much. Let's blend that in. Okay. Let's take some black. Start doing a bit of outlining here. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly blow dry. So generally the top eyelids should be wider and darker than the bottom eyelids. And I'm just noticing the right eye. Well, right eye does look bigger. Now you could just use a Posca pen for part of this stuff here. my drawing class here on YouTube, I talk about kind of drawing lips and things, and that knowledge of that, I think, would also really helps with painting. I don't know. Well, maybe I'll do a little bit of outlining under there. So I'm just going to take more glazing fluid. I just take the paintbrush I've got. I just really go in here and get a super dilute mixture. I think that's a bit too much. And in fact, probably blow dry this, so if I make a mistake, I can just wipe it away and I won't screw anything up. Okay. So the top eyelid is, or not eyelid, lip is always going to be a little bit darker because, you know, the light is going to hit the bottom lip, but not really the top lip so much. Okay, I might take a break from the face, work on other things like maybe the dress next. Obviously there's some highlights and stuff I want to put in there. So maybe I'm going to divide this into another. Okay, now I feel like I've got the face fairly well established. There's still little minute details in there that I want to do, like the pupils and highlights in the eyes. But I want to just move on to the dress, the cat, the hair, and then we'll do finishing touches and come back and do those little things. So, There's the face as it stands now. Let's zoom out. I'll also admit, like, I'm debating about not putting the tears on her face. You can let me know in the chat there. What do you think? Do you think I should paint the tears? Is that important, or is it okay if I don't? Does it destroy the meaning of the painting? Sometimes I feel that way about a lot of works. Is like, well, you know, it's not, especially, you know, a work by a woman artist, a female artist. It's like, it's kind of like, am I changing the meaning? Am I being some kind of compounding the problems female artists have faced, you know, and not taking her painting on face value and recreating it? Would I do that to a famous male artist, or is it just another painting by another artist, and am I making too much of it? So, at this point, I think I'm leaning towards not including the tears. But if everyone is shouting in the comments, put the tears in, what kind of revisionist historian are you? Oh yeah, okay, sorry. I didn't, wasn't intended to be a slight of any kind, but, so I want to do work on the dress, I think, next. So that's my warm yellow, plus a little bit of this warm brown that I mixed up earlier. Maybe I do need to go to I was going to use that a little bit bigger brush, but well, you know what, again, I should put a little bit of glazing fluid in there. It makes it nice and easy to blend away, doesn't it? There's Paula says, her face looking good. Maybe some tears might show her feelings. And Barbara says, although I'd love to see how you'd paint a teardrop. Yeah, maybe I should. Yeah, that makes sense, right? It does make sense to paint that teardrop. Let's blow dry that. Let's blow dry that. Let's glaze with a little bit of black. Maybe you'll even take a bit of that brown so it's not just out of nowhere. You'll notice I often also will take, just add, even if there's already glazing fluid in there, sometimes I usually just add a little bit more, because glazing fluid is going to start drying as soon as it comes out of the tube, right? So it doesn't, I always feel like the great thing with glazing fluid is it's so forgiving. If you're not happy with it, you got a chance to wipe it away. If it's not dark enough, you just let it dry and then you put a little bit more on there. So I think that taking advantage of the strengths of material is always a good idea. Okay. Looks like everyone wants teardrops. Okay, so we'll get there. It'll be a few minutes though before we get to the teardrops, but we'll follow the will of the people. Okay, let's speed this process up here. Let's get more black. I also kind of like her with short hair like that, too. It's kind of reminds me of our daughter when she gets her hair cut. She's also kind of blonde, and, well, she's blonde. Barbara says, "Hi everyone, I feel a little bit guilty now, asking him to paint the tears like he hasn't enough to do already." Oh, don't worry. I just find, it's I always it's the benefit of having painting like this online is, I can express my inner thought and then I can get some feedback from in real time. It's also interesting, like the way that she's painted. Obviously, she spent a long time on the face, but the clothing is treated very differently. It's much more painterly. The background, obviously, very quickly done. And I don't mean that in a negative way. And sometimes that's actually a great idea because it creates a difference between those different elements. So it's very clear what is what. There's also a more traditional academic kind of belief that is you should treat everything the same. That just because it's a face doesn't mean you want to spend more time on the face. You want to spend as much time on the background, much time on the bottom of the dress as you spend on the nose, right? And I get that. Conceptually it makes a lot of sense. But it's also very hard to do that. Because people are going to spend more time looking at the face than they are going to be looking at the hem of the skirt or something, right? Okay, let's dive into the kitty cat here. So, now, how do we want to approach this fella? Well, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a black glaze, and I'm going to kind of darken in a few areas, just as if we were painting like her arms or her face, and then I'm going to go back over with a much darker black in just certain areas where the fur might be. So, this is a little thick. Let's blow dry that, and then I think we're just gonna move on to just painting the fur. Randy says, I'm done with my drawing. I don't know if I saw you there earlier in the chat, Randy. I don't know what drawing you're working on. We'd love to see it on the Facebook page, so take a photograph, upload it to the Facebook page so we can share it. And next Sunday, or this Sunday, I'll be doing a feedback episode, so I can give you some feedback. It might be worth putting in those emerald eyes actually right now. Take a little bit of blue, a little bit more cool yellow. I'll have to use a bit of white. Do I have any white left on here? Because that white needs to overpower that black. Otherwise, if I just paint this here, it's going to disappear. Quite enough white in here, so I'll have to do this and blow dry it and do it another layer. Sarah says, hi Michael, I've been watching your old Andy Warhol paintings to help with my art classes where we study the great masters. Your classes are often more helpful than my weekend ones. You mean at the community center? I'm not sure. Are the the ones that I teach in person? Or just a different class you're taking with somebody else? I apologize if I don't immediately recognize. There's been a few Sarahs in the classes over the years. Barbara says, whether there's a tear or not, this is an homage to the artist and a chance for us to see the skill involved in painting. And Randy says, I was just doodling in class. Oh, good. That makes me happy. You're getting a little doodling done. Oh, Sarah says, I've confused you. Sorry, my weekend art classes that I take in Australia. Okay, little further away from where I am, unless you're a jet setter getting on the plane back and forth to Vancouver. Well, that's good to know. That's I appreciate that. I mean, probably in some instances, what I do here could be more helpful to even my students that I see in person, because often in person it's harder to do demos in front of a class and everybody to be able to see, unless I have a camera and that's being projected onto a screen, which I've done I do all the time at Emily Carr, the university I teach at, but they already have all of the stuff set up, so I don't have to bring a projector and set it up. I can just beep and one turns on the ceiling. Connect this kind of camera device. So, you know, I often go around and I'll kind of paint and where people are sitting and bring a canvas around, but it's harder. Whereas this, you can kind of, you're right there. You're, in some ways, you can see better than what I can see personally. So there are advantages to teaching in person. There's also some advantages of doing this online. Where you can pause, go to the bathroom, and not miss anything, or just like, I kind of not interested in watching him do that. Let's just skip right to where he's doing the cat or something, right? Speaking of which, let's kind of get in here. So I've got this black. Remember, I mixed this this is what, 3 hours ago. This is where I was painting the underpainting, and this paint is still wet. I'm going to put a little bit more of glazing fluid in here. Again, that glazing fluid makes things more transparent, but it does make things more fluid. And so, especially if you're doing kind of finer details, that can be very welcome. Maybe I should do this face before I spin. Be easier to do that. I'm going to have to reach over. Now I'm going to go back over top of this with even more dense black. And not over everything I've just painted. Because I want some of this texture of fur to kind of remain there. Okay. So I just dropped my paintbrush on the canvas. So don't panic. We just get a little bit of water. Wipe that up. Same thing, I had a little bit of paint on her arm, which is the whole point of me wanting to clean that up, and I dripped paint on there. So dropped my paintbrush. So it's, you know, again, if you just take a little bit of a breath, don't panic, and having a little bit of glazing fluid in there also helps, because had that been just, especially this stuff that had been on her arm, I don't know how long that had been there. I don't even see any, even know how that got there. I don't even see it on my hands. But if it had been there for a while, that could have, you know, I might have just been, okay, well, it's baked in. But if it's got glazing fluid in there, it's going to be, it gives me the opportunity to wipe stuff away. It might be starting to dry, and I might still be able to get a little bit of paint off there. Now, while I could use a bigger brush for this area just to get this black in quick, then we might just have a big, if I did do that, I mean, yeah, maybe this area just becomes really black, and that's okay. But taking a little bit of time to paint this area in the same way we just did everything else, is really rewarding to someone who looks at the painting closely, especially under different lighting situations, and can see that it's consistent. And so there's that other leg, I think, up here. Interesting. This is that leg in front? Is that the leg in behind? Is that the back leg? Because I did it different in my outline now that I look at it. You can see I thought this leg was the front leg and that leg is behind. But maybe I will reverse it. I mean, those of you who have cats might be able to better... I don't have a cat, so... if you were to hold your cat, which leg would you imagine that this leg is the leg closest to us? Does that make most sense? So you're kind of holding the bum that way. It's not even on camera. Let's get that. Oh my goodness. I saw something scoot out near my feet here. Just scared me. Scared me silly there. We have, it's for the past month, we've had a drought here in Vancouver, and it's been really hot. Which is, you know, it's kind of nice having really, really hot temperatures in the summer. But it's also meant that, like, nothing is growing. There's just sort of like a been watering ban on gardens, and then the last few days it's been pouring rain, which is good because we've had all sorts of fires in the interior. So having so I don't know, maybe the mice have been like, oh, we got to get back in there and stay dry. Kathy says, hi everyone, I just got home and checking in. This looks amazing. Hi Paula, Pascal, I agree about Michael's voice too. Very calming, and I like the background music. It helps me paint. Well, that's great. Okay, maybe I was going to blow dry, but maybe just before that, let's look at the eyes of the cat. I'll think about that. Oh, you know what? Maybe let's paint. I want to darken in her eyes as well. So let's back that out and blow dry this. Okay. Now I think I'm going to go back to the cat's eyes. Kind of think slightly overshot my mark here. It makes the cat look like it's looking upwards. It's a little different than the original. I'm going to make the blacks of the cat's eyes a little bit bigger again, but I want the black to be maybe not quite, just barely touching the edges of her eyes. Let's see, how much black do I have left? I might have to mix more here. Yeah, it looks like I have to. This black, which I mixed as my third step today. Lasted pretty long, pretty good. I got good use out of it, so I need to make more. Where should we do this? Cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red. Pretty good. The reason I'm kind of, twisting and turning this thing, the palette, is trying to see if I notice any kind of differences in the color, if it looks a little greenish. And as you know, again, it doesn't have to. That's not necessarily a bad thing for it to look green. It's just, if that's not what I want, then I don't want it. Then I want something a little bit more true to black. Okay, now with some fresh paint, let's... It's gonna keep on going. That look of, as I'm painting it, it's just so funny. That, I mean, it looks younger. It's funny because, like, when I was painting the green circles for those eyes, originally I was thinking, oh, these are gonna be really exaggerated big eyes. And then as the painting has evolved, they now seem smaller than what she did. It's not on camera, of course. Maybe I'm gonna blow dry that so that if I do want to fix anything, I don't have to ruin it. If I want to wipe that paint away. Also our whiskers. That's tricky. You can see how she added a bit of like a white highlight into them. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it needed that. Fix that, just get a bit of water on here. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let's move on from the cat. Oh, much longer than I was expecting to be painting here. Okay. So let's blow dry that. I'm going to move on to the hair and then a few little finishing touches, and then we'll be done here. Oh, cool. Here, just... The fur almost looks a little bit, especially this paw, a little bit like a wing. Okay. Okay, let's take a second to stretch these legs out. Whew. Okay. So what we want to do is get mix. I guess we got a little bit of. I guess maybe you gotta mix a bit more brown here. So I'm gonna take some warm yellow, a little bit of warm red. And then a little bit of blue. We don't need much. I guess need a little bit more than that. And let's do another version that's maybe darker. Okay, so I got my couple different browns here. Let's take some of this white and warm or cool yellow. Mix this brown into there. A little bit, I'll put a bit of glazing fluid in there just to make it a bit more fluid. And did I? No, I'm just going to blow dry that again. I need a bit more. I need some warm yellow in there. So I'm starting with some of these darker strands of hair because they're kind of, well, not always, but often kind of inside kind of the denser part of the hair underneath the top layer. Let's go into those browns now. Okay, let's go even darker. Let's get some more black. Maybe we'll take a little bit of this brown, just slip it in there a bit. Just so it's not just pure black, it's just like a really dark brown, right? So I'm going to darken that again. Okay, so I've got like the foundation for the hair is really well established. Now we're gonna do highlights over top of this and block out even some of the stuff I just painted, but leaving little bits of it, which is the point, right? That's the hair, the darker, values underneath. Oops. Yeah, I thought I was muted there for a second. Now. So let's need a bit more white. My cool yellow and white. And a little bit of warm yellow. Oops, maybe just a little bit of that brown I was just using. Okay. Let's get more white in here. Let's put a little bit of glazing fluid in there just to help this process along. Okay, let's keep on going with the white. Let's brighten up and brighten up and brighten up. Just wipe that excess off. Yikes. I'm not happy with that. Obviously, I'm not paying too close attention to the original here. Okay, maybe that's enough for the hair, I think. Okay. Paul says, good night, everyone. I have to be up early tomorrow. Have a good time. Okay, so good night, Paula. Thanks for spending so much time here with us today. Let's do... So we're almost at the end. I know this painting's sort of taking much longer than I expected, but I really like how it's turning out, and when that happens, I end up spending more time on it because I just want to keep on going. So we're just a few little things. Maybe the tears, highlights in the eyes. That might be it. Maybe a little bit of work on the sleeve. Otherwise, let's do it. So okay. So maybe I should just quickly blow dry something. So the consensus was that people wanted to see the tears, or how I would do the tears. I was leaning against doing them just because, you know, I want a happier painting, but it does seem like it's kind of important for the painting. So let's do this. Now, if we look at how she's painted these tears, it looks very much like she's basically just using the skin tone that we mixed earlier. So let's see, do I have any of that? No, it's all dry. Okay, so I gotta mix that again. So do I have enough? I think I got enough of all these colors here. So that skin tone is mostly warm yellow, a little bit of warm red. Come on, a little bit. Let's get on the brush. A little bit much, and then just a smidgen of black, or not black, blue, warm. So all three warm colors, right? Let's take some of that white. Just mix that white right into here. That's fairly close. Maybe just a little bit more white. Where did that black come from? How did I... Where did that come from? So I don't want to make a gray. I'm just going to mix this over here because I want it to be relatively light. to go the other way. Now let's get just a little bit darker. And let's get even darker. Do I have, okay, there's some brown, good. Let's blow dry that. Okay. Brush. And then I'm just going to use that same white that I had just painted. In fact, let's just put a bit of glazing fluid to make it nice and fluid. Okay, let's blow dry one more time. And we'll take white. And a little bit of that same color, but mostly white. Just give the tip a bit of extra white. I might have to do that a few times. Let that dry. While that's drying, I just want to touch up her eye there where I take my black. Randy says, do you do beginner drawing classes? That's the most popular thing I've ever done here on YouTube. So there's a link in the description below for the beginner drawing course. I think there's over 100,000 views on that course. So yeah, I mean, it's literally the most popular thing I think I've ever done in my whole life. So yes, the answer is I've done beginner drawing classes. There's 45 episodes, each about an hour, hour and a half, and people seem to like it, I guess, right? So feel free to do it. It's all free. And Melod's vlog music says drawing. Yes. So So yeah, this is painting and there's drawing, but I'm kind of doing a little bit of drawing with a paintbrush too. Sometimes you'll hear artists talk about making, using paint to make a drawing. That's a whole other can of worms there. The difference between drawing and painting is, I was in the drawing program in my undergraduate at the Alberta College of Art in Calgary. And in many ways I consider myself a drawer who paints. Sorry, I'm just trying to get some white with a little bit of matte medium in there. And let's there's a second one that I'm going to get to as well. Come on. We'll get there momentarily here. So just gotta blow dry that water. Putting that little reflection in the eye makes a huge difference because it makes people come alive. The fact that our eyes are wet tells us that we're, for your eyes to be wet, you have to be alive, you have to be blinking. Otherwise they'll dry out pretty quick. Okay. Now I want to go to a diluted white. Now that looks similar on camera, but in person they are a little bit more subtle. I think also once I hit it with the blow dryer, and they dry off the apparent white of the those, is that too white, those teardrops? I don't know. I think that's probably good enough. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I think we're there. We're at that time to take a look at these paintings side by side. But I want to do her signature. Part of me almost wants to sign it with her name, as she signed her own paintings. Anyway, let's think about it as we go. Obviously, just before we jump into that, let's hit the subscribe button, the like button, the notification button, and the self-destruct button. I don't know, whatever button else you got there, hit them all. Take a photograph of the painting you made today, whether it's this painting or anything else. Upload it to the Facebook group, and if you haven't joined the Facebook group, do that all as well. Because this coming week on Sunday evening, I'm going to do a feedback episode. I'm going to take a look at all the great art that you've made that's on the Facebook page and give free feedback to whoever, whether it's paintings or drawings, whatever you're working on. Because again, lots of people are still doing the drawing course. I invite them to upload the work to the Facebook page as well. And of course, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, PayPal, Super Chat, send an e-transfer or check in the mail, the links are down below for that. You can contact me through the Facebook group or my website. And so I look forward to seeing what all of you guys have been up to over the last little while. So there's the original. And there's my version. Do I want to put her name up there? I mean, I could. Kind of feels like maybe I should. What do you think? Should I do that? Okay, let's do that. I'm gonna blow dry this just to lock everything down. So, you know, if we look at, so the signature you see in the top left corner is the, how she signed her name up until after she got divorced. And then when she started taking ownership of her own works, this is how she signed her name. So I'm kind of leaning towards using that signature up here, kind of to honor her and the kind of the ultimate happy ending that I think she deserved, and that she got too. Okay, so I'm just gonna tear some paper off just because I have this image on the back here. And let's see, just to show kind of how I would go about doing this whole process. So previously it was going to be pretty small. I think maybe if I paint it and I make it, how big would you say? Somewhere, it should fit somewhere in there, I think. Yeah, that's probably the right size. Let's just move you over here. Let's try that again. So now I'm going to take a little bit of carbon paper. Let's see. I also want to, if that's there, we should be. That should be the edge of the painting, maybe. Somewhere there, I think we should be fine. Okay. Very subtle. You want to just be very careful when you're using that carbon paper on top of paint like that, because if you saw how kind of careful I was to try to avoid pressing down on that, because what often happens is sometimes the carbon paper will stick to the paint, even if it's kind of most or dry, and then you're kind of stuck. Like, it doesn't really want to. I mean, you could try to erase a little bit of it. Potentially that might help, or you might have to paint over it. So, I want to just use a Posca pen for this. Let's see, how did she... That's black. The easiest thing would be a black Posca pen, right? Okay, let's go back to her signature there on the screen. Okay, so let's see these side by side. So yes, if someone says, hey, that doesn't look like the signature on the original, I can say yes, exactly, because this is how she signed her name once she took ownership over her own work, which just is crazy to think that that even had to happen. Like, what a bizarre situation, an unfortunate situation, but it's glad that it has a happy ending. So, yeah, let's do the side-by-side comparison again here. So, there's the two paintings side by side. I think everything turned out pretty well. I'm not, although, you know, I do see a little thing that I wanted to just kind of tackle briefly down here. It never ends, does it? You know, you just see more stuff that you need to work on. Okay, now I think I'm okay. So, I think what I'm going to do here is just start this again here. Okay, we are officially done this painting, so let's take a look side by side, see how they turned out. Just as a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, take a photograph of the painting you made today, upload it to the Facebook group, and if you haven't joined the Facebook group already, do so immediately. This Sunday, I'm going to do a free feedback episode, and I encourage you, whether it's drawings, paintings, the painting we did today, or a different painting, upload it to the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your work this weekend. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use PayPal, Super Chat, send an e-transfer or check in the mail. Contact me through the Facebook group or my website. All those links are down below. You could send 50 cents, $1, $500, whatever feels comfortable. That's what keeps all of these programs going on and on and on over all these years. And so here's the original, and there's my version there. So I think it turned out pretty good. I think I was able to get most, I'm looking at these fingers. Okay, I'm not going to do anything more, but you can just, there's always little things we could do. It is again, I brighten up the painting so you can see what happens in the darker areas. But, you know, I potentially could have even darkened her face just a little bit more where the shadows are on her face. And that would be something, you know, I really would have... It'd be harder to do that now. I could do a little glaze over it, and but I think it's okay as it is. So let's take a little zoom in here. Maybe let's start at the bottom and work our way up. I guess I gotta be close like that. Okay. So if we're just sort of looking at the very bottom of this painting and the tail of the cat, I think all that turned out well. Again, it looks a little bit brighter on camera, but you know, this is going to look basically totally black. What we're seeing a lot of right here is the texture of the cat's fur, which, so again, if there's not direct light on it, it's just going to look like flat black. But because I've put that little bit of extra texture, when light hits it, as it's doing right now, we'll see the hair inside. So it's not just a black blob shape. We'll see more detail. And I don't, you know, I think she probably did not do that. She kind of painted quite thin, but there is detail in here. Now she has the added effect of her painting being about 3 times the size of mine, at least twice the size. I mean, 27 point, yeah, 3 times the size, basically. Whereas this painting is 12, well, just under 3. So, yeah, basically 2 of these stacked on top of one another and a little bit, right? So I'm happy with that. I think I got the colors for her dress as well. If we just sort of over there. I think we got that pretty close. And the background color, I feel like I got pretty close. Like if we just kind of over there. Those colors are pretty similar. Again, we can see a bit of that yellow from my Imprimatura coming through, but I like that. If you don't like that, then don't paint it. Just go right to the white, just as Margaret Keane herself did, right? So let's look at the hands together here. Yeah, I mean, there could be more subtlety there on her fingers here. The different joints on her fingers could be a little bit more well articulated. But, you know, again, we're talking, that's the size of my fingernail. So doing all those little details. I know there's some artists out there who are great at miniature painting. Not me so much, right? Let's look at the cat. Again, when I was painting those green eyes, I thought I was going overboard and making them too big. And then now they look smaller, right? So, you know, it's pretty hard to get that perfect, especially at this scale. You know, she also, you know, I even noticed as I was painting, I was sort of doing the ears, quote unquote, wrong, but I kind of liked how mine was turning out. I feel like my cat looks smaller and younger, like a real baby stray cat, whereas hers is a little bit older, maybe not quite as kind of, you know, naive and as the, you know, it's supposed to be a stray cat, right? So her version of the cat looks, maybe it's still young, but maybe has a little bit of street sense in it. And, you know, I assume probably the story of this painting is that, you know, this little girl has found a stray cat and has brought it to home and wants to keep it, right? Like, don't, this is a stray cat, don't make me put it outside. So I'm just also noticing that I've made her face less round, which makes her look older. Whereas Margaret has rounded that face just a little bit, like in the jowly areas there on the side. And that roundness makes anyone look more youthful. So whereas in the original, you know, the child looks maybe 5 years oldish, maybe. Here, mine looks like it could even be, you know, a teenager, or maybe 12 years old or something, right? Like, just a little, you know, basically twice as old. And that's just comes down to, you know, little details like the shape of the head there that I didn't quite get exactly the same. And I think also my eyes might have ended up being a little bit smaller. So, you know, it's like if I was more mindful, I could have exaggerated them a little bit more, but it is what it is. And then just as what we just finished doing here at the very end was the signature for Margaret Keane versus the signature, the sort of Keane, where it's ambiguous as to, is it Walter Keane or Margaret Keane? Obviously, he capitalized on this, that ambiguity, and said it was his paintings, because it's not W. Keane, it's just Keane. All right, so when she finally had her autonomy and she was able to claim full authorship over her work, she signed it with MDH, which might be just, let me just see, what is MDH? Where does that come from? Margaret D.H. Keane. Oh, Peggy Doris Hawkins. So Doris Hawkins, that was her so Peggy, first name, Doris Hawkins was her middle name, and then last name, Peggy. Maybe is I mean, who knows? Is Peggy short for Margaret? I mean, maybe I did just realizing that now. I mean, Peggy, it must be short for something. Margaret. I thought Peggy was short for. What is Peggy short for? Just as we wrap up here. Oh, there you go. Peggy is a feminine name of Greek and English origins, traditionally used as a nickname for Margaret. Huh. Well, there you go. So, her given name was Peggy, but she... Well, I'm assuming her given name was Peggy, but she went by Margaret. I guess Margaret sounds more... more mature than Peggy. Interesting. I guess, it's like our daughter is named Edie, and there are, Edith would be maybe, or the longer version of that name, but we chose to just call her Edie. So it makes sense. Interesting. Okay. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for painting along with me today. I can't wait to see what you've created. Enjoy the rest of your evening. It's been a long painting session here, so I'm looking forward to having a little bit of dinner and getting to bed. Take care, everyone. We'll see you on Sunday. Let's see those works up on the Facebook group. We'll talk to you all very soon. Good night, everybody.